The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., March 3, 2025. I hereby appoint the Honorable Pete Stauber to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 3, 2025, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders, and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continued beyond 1:50 p.m. The Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Arizona, Ms. Ansari, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak for 5 minutes and revise and defend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to voice my outrage and strong opposition to the inhumane treatment of migrants fleeing religious persecution. Earlier this month, the Trump administration deported roughly 300 men, women, and children seeking refuge in the United States to Panama on U.S. military aircraft, locking them in hotel rooms without access to basic rights or counsel. This includes asylum seekers from Iran, China, and other countries known to persecute religious minorities. They have since been deported to detention camps in a remote jungle and are being forced to live in degrading and dangerous conditions with little to no access to the outside world. Among them is Artemis Qasemzadeh, an Iranian woman who fled Iran after converting to Christianity, a crime punishable by death under the brutal Islamic regime. Artemis converted to Christianity in secret through a network of underground churches and online classes in Iran. Last December, she set out for the United States in search of a new life. In a haunting image, she was photographed from inside her detention room in Panama with the words, "Help us," written on the window in her red lipstick. Artemis is one of 10 Iranian Christians, including 3 children, who are detained in Panama. These people sought safety and refuge in the United States. Instead, they were rounded up, flown thousands of miles away, imprisoned in detention camps in brutal conditions, and are afraid for their lives as they wait to be sent back to their home countries to face deadly consequences for their human right of religious freedom, what this country was founded on. The United States should never be responsible for sending people to face persecution, especially those who have risked everything to seek refuge right here. These actions not only violate our moral responsibilities and our shared humanity, but they are in direct conflict with the values upon which our nation was founded upon. I am the proud daughter of immigrants from Iran. My parents came to the United States fleeing the brutal revolution that led to the current regime. This country welcomed them with open arms, allowed them to work hard and succeed, and in just one generation, they've witnessed their daughter make history as the first Iranian-American Democrat ever elected to Congress. Asylum seekers come to this country to escape violence and persecution. Turning these people away is cruel, fundamentally un-American, and does nothing to fix our broken immigration system. That's why I plan to introduce legislation that would halt expedited removal for individuals fleeing countries noted for persecuting religious minorities. We can have secure borders and also an immigration system based in empathy and humanity. I urge this administration to uphold our nation's legacy as a beacon of hope and a defender of religious freedom, not a facilitator of suffering. Thank you. I yield back.
The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House and ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow, President Trump will deliver his first joint address to Congress of his second term in office.
Less than 2 months into his term, President Trump has already begun the work to fulfill the campaign promises that the American people voted and again encouraged him to step up to the plate. The American people wanted to see that the dangerous illegal immigrants were removed from our communities, and they wanted to see that we could unleash once again the American energy that is under the feet of my constituents in Pennsylvania. Tomorrow, during this address, I look forward to hearing the President share his vision for continued success and a path forward, a path that builds upon President Trump's successes to strengthen our economy, to make our streets safer and our nation healthier. The American people are crying out for change, and tomorrow night, President Trump will detail this change for the entire world to hear. The golden age of America is opening doors for all Americans. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the Chinese Communist Party continues to infiltrate our homeland by purchasing American farmland and property around government installations. I've heard the concerns from many farmers throughout Pennsylvania's 13th Congressional District about the aggressive infiltration of the Chinese Communist Party into American farmland as they outbid American farmers for critical land. We cannot sit back as our sovereignty is threatened. To push back against the Chinese aggression, I co-sponsored the Protecting American Agriculture from Foreign Adversaries Act and the No American Land for Communist China Act. These common sense pieces of legislation will allow the U.S. Department of Agriculture to review land purchases by foreign entities and ban China from buying land next to federal property. The Chinese Communist Party has tried to undermine not just our values, but American industries for decades. It is time that we give the American people peace of mind and protect our American homeland from Chinese influence. I'm proud to support these efforts to protect our national security and our food security, and look forward to working with President Trump on making these bills the law of this great land. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the members and volunteers of the Shady Grove Ruritan Club in Franklin County, Pennsylvania. These individuals who have participated in Hurricane Helene relief efforts for the devastated rural areas of North Carolina, delivering supplies ranging from non-perishable food and water to clothes and basic necessities, the Shady Grove Ruritan Club has made 12 deliveries of aid since October of 2024 worth over $300,000. In collaboration with other North Carolina Ruritan clubs, the Shady Grove Club even served a traditional Christmas dinner for Newland, North Carolina community and delivered wrapped gifts for the children there. Under the leadership of Shady Grove Ruritan Club Vice President Seth Martin, individuals, families, churches, and businesses have mobilized to give aid, support, and comfort to the victims of Hurricane Helene. I could not be more proud of everyone involved with the Shady Grove Ruritan Club. Their compassion for their fellow Americans serves as an inspiration for all Americans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I want to make it very clear to my constituents in Kentucky what my objectives are over the next 22 months of the 119th Congress. First of all, President Trump received an overwhelming mandate, not just in Kentucky's 1st Congressional District, but all across Kentucky. The mandate was to do two major things. First of all, obviously the mandate involved draining the swamp. That's what President Trump campaigned on. And secondly, to pass an America First agenda. With respect to draining the swamp, President Trump nominated disruptors to lead his cabinets and agencies. People like Kash Patel at the FBI, John Radcliffe at the CIA, and RFK Jr. at HHS. I was proud to support every single nominee, and I'm pretty confident every single nominee will win Senate confirmation, which has never happened before. With respect to passing an America First agenda, the first step in that was what we voted on last week, a budget reconciliation bill. I was proud to work with our House Oversight Committee as a major committee of jurisdiction on the budget reconciliation bill. We've pledged to come up with $50 billion in savings to go along with the first real effort in the entire 8 years I've been in Congress by this body to actually save money, to cut wasteful, unnecessary expenses, which is what the mandate was all about. This is what President Trump campaigned, not just in Kentucky on, but all across America on. I pledge to continue to work with President Trump. Next, he's asked us to pass a continuing resolution. It's a shame that Congress is broken. In the entire 8 years I've been here, the Senate has failed to pass any individual appropriations bills. And this is what we have to do to be able to pass the Trump agenda with respect to renewing the Trump tax cuts, with respect to creating and passing legislation to prohibit tax on tips and tax on overtimes and all the new blue-collar working class tax cuts that President Trump campaigned and received a mandate to do. After the mandate, draining the swamp, passing the America First agenda, next is to work with DOGE. And on my House Oversight Committee, we created a DOGE subcommittee. I asked Marjorie Taylor Greene from Georgia to lead that subcommittee. The first 3 hearings of that subcommittee have involved improper payments, looking at the USAID, mishandling of funds, and the next hearing will be on defunding NPR and other government-funded media outlets. I think this is exactly what President Trump campaigned on. This is exactly what I talked about with my constituents when I ran for re-election last November. We want to look at the spending. And I know there are protesters. There's these indivisible groups funded by George Soros, who also funded the Congressional Integrity Project, who spent at least $2 million harassing me over the past 2 years with the banners and all the TV cameras, the mobile TV units that drove through rural Kentucky trying to intimidate me from the Biden investigation, which, by the way, ended with Joe Biden's last act as President of the United States to pardon his entire family. I know my friends on the other side of the aisle don't like to think about that, but that's a fact. All DOGE is wanting to do is look at spending and see if we can cut out unnecessary spending. I think the American taxpayers want that, and we continue to pledge to see if we can find wasteful spending and eliminate it altogether. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Terry Fort, the Fort Group of Kentucky chairman and CEO of Fort Bank, for an impressive 40 years of service and dedication to communities across the Commonwealth, including in the 1st Congressional District. The core banking principles of Fort Bank are respecting the customer, offering competitive rates, and serving the community. Across Kentucky, with 23 banking centers and 3 loan production offices, Fort Bank continues to serve Kentuckians and bluegrass businesses. Mr. Fort's role has allowed the enhancement and visionary leadership of Fort Bank to celebrate this 40th anniversary, signifying exceptional dedication and service to Kentucky communities. I consider Terry Fort a close friend, and I appreciate all that he has done for all the communities in Kentucky and all the charitable organizations. And I congratulate him on his outstanding achievement. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Mexico, Mr. Vasquez, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak on behalf of the men and women who have served this nation, those who have defended our freedoms and now face unnecessary obstacles in accessing the care and support that they've earned. New Mexico is home to a strong and proud veteran community with a deep military tradition spanning from Holloman Air Force Base to White Sands Missile Range and from Kirtland to Cannon Air Force Bases. We owe it to those who have served to ensure they can access health care, reliable transportation, and opportunities to succeed in civilian life. That's why I'm introducing a package of bills focused on real solutions, expanding health care access, improving transportation, and easing financial burdens for veterans pursuing an education. No one understands these challenges better than my guest for the joint address, Master Sergeant Roland L. Cooper. Roland, known to many back home as Coop Dog, has spent years fighting for veterans in New Mexico. As chairman of the Lincoln-Otero County Veterans Leadership Council, he has seen firsthand the barriers that rural veterans face. Long travel times for medical care, unreliable transportation, and a system that too often overlooks them. His advocacy directly shaped my New Mexico Rural Veteran Health Care Access Act, which will redraw the Veterans Integrated Service Network lines. This change will allow veterans in Otero and Eddy counties to receive care at a closer VA facility in El Paso, rather than have to travel 4 hours to Albuquerque. But access to care means little if veterans can't get there. That's why I'm also introducing the Rural Veterans Transportation to Care Act, which expands transportation options for rural veterans, so no one has to miss an appointment simply because they can't afford the trip. In rural communities across New Mexico and beyond, lack of transportation remains one of the greatest barriers to accessing health care. We also need to support veterans transitioning to civilian life, and education is a key part of that transition for many. But rising costs are making it harder. The GI Bill book and supply stipend has remained at $1,000 since 2008, even as the cost of textbooks has skyrocketed. My Veteran Education Assistance Adjustment Act will increase that stipend to $1,400, ensuring that no veteran is forced to choose between buying books or paying their utilities or paying rent. These bills were written with input from veterans who have lived these challenges. But even as we work to strengthen these resources, recent job cuts at the Department of Veterans Affairs are making access even harder. Already, 2,400 VA employees have been dismissed. Another 1,400 were fired after them. These cuts include doctors, mental health professionals, and benefits processors, critical roles that veterans rely on. Behind these numbers are real people, real consequences, and real veterans waiting longer for care. VA employees have come forward anonymously, warning that these job cuts are affecting veterans' care and leading to many errors. Some of the people let go were even working on the Veterans Suicide Crisis Hotline. VA services are already stretched thin. These job losses are making it worse. That's why I'm proud to introduce these crucial bills and to host Roland Coop Dog today, because this is about the veterans in Otero and Eddy County and all rural veterans who shouldn't have to choose between buying textbooks and paying rent, between spending half a day on the road just to see a doctor for 20 minutes. And it's about every veteran who has served this nation with honor and deserves a government that stands with them, not one that makes them fight for the benefits that they've already earned. I urge my colleagues to support these bills. Let's ensure that veterans in my district and other rural districts across the nation receive the care, benefits, and opportunities that they've earned. Because when we say, thank you for your service, it should mean something. It's our duty to back that up here in Congress. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize an extraordinary group of students at Penn State University for their dedication, passion, and unwavering commitment to a cause that truly changes lives. For the past year, as Penn Staters have done for more than 50 years, these students devoted countless hours to supporting pediatric cancer patients through Thon, the largest student-run philanthropy in the entire world. Thon is a year-long fundraising effort culminating in a 46-hour dance marathon, providing critical financial and emotional support to more than 4,800 families battling childhood cancer. On February 21st, the Penn State community, students, staff, families, friends, and volunteers filled the Bryce Jordan Center for the 53rd annual Thon, raising funds for the Four Diamonds Foundation. What began in 1973 as a small fundraiser organized by Penn State's fraternities and sororities, raising just $2,000, has since grown into the largest student-run philanthropy in the world, with more than 16,500 student volunteers across Pennsylvania. Since partnering with the Four Diamonds Foundation in 1977, Thon has ensured that not a single Four Diamonds family going through cancer treatment has received a medical bill, in large part thanks to the tireless efforts of Penn State students. The foundation itself was born from heartbreak and hope. Charles and Irma Millard established Four Diamonds in 1972 in honor of their son Christopher, who had passed away from cancer at just 11 years old. Before his passing, Christopher wrote a story about a brave knight seeking the four diamonds of courage, wisdom, honesty, and strength, qualities his parents knew were essential in the fight against cancer. In his memory, they created Four Diamonds to support families facing the same battle. This year, from 6 p.m. on Friday, on February 21st until 4 p.m. on February 23rd, Penn State students stood for 46 hours straight, demonstrating incredible resilience and dedication. But the true impact goes beyond their endurance. This year, Penn State students raised a record-breaking $17,737,040.93. This surpasses Thon's 2024 record-breaking total by nearly $800,000. To date, Penn State students have raised more than $250 million in the fight against pediatric cancer over the last 53 years. But if you ask any Penn State student, they'll be the first to tell you Thon isn't about them. It's about the children. It's about the families getting to celebrate birthdays, piano recitals, science fairs, graduations, and every moment a child should experience free from the fear of cancer. Thon exists so that one day no parent will ever have to hear the words, "Your child has cancer." Mr. Speaker, I am incredibly proud of these students at my alma mater, and more importantly, of the brave children and families who fight this battle every day. Congratulations to everyone who made the Thon 2025 a record-breaking success. We are. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak directly about the nation's preeminent anti-poverty program for the elderly and the nation's preeminent anti-poverty program for children, something that Congress needs to focus on, and so does the administration. You could imagine how many Americans, whether they're here today or listening at home, when they heard over the weekend that Elon Musk, the wealthiest man in the world, a billionaire, said that Social Security is a scam. It's a Ponzi scheme. That Ponzi scheme that assists over 70 million Americans is hardly a Ponzi scheme, nor is it a scam. What the real scam is to tell the American people that you need $2 trillion and assign that to a billionaire who has no accountability, did not have to go through Senate approval, is not a government employee, isn't even a volunteer, and yet he is placing his will on a Republican-led Congress in both the House and Senate. All that's needed is 3 Republicans to stand up and say, no, wait a minute. This is not what the nation needs. We do not need to cut Social Security benefits. We need to enhance them. Mr. Speaker, as you're aware, in your district alone, there are 189,000 Social Security recipients who haven't received an increase in more than 50 years. There are 147,000 retirees, 20,000 disabled workers, 8,700 widows, 3,700 spouses, and 9,000 plus children who are depending upon Congress to fulfill its responsibility and job. And furthermore, a fact that most members don't realize, and in your district, Mr. Speaker, in Minnesota, you get $325 million monthly that comes into those Social Security recipients. It hasn't been adjusted in more than 50 years. It's long overdue for Congress and for the citizens of this country to demand of their Congress that they take a vote, that they let the people know where they stand and whether they're going to stand with them and the nation's #1 anti-poverty program for the elderly and children, or you're going to stand with Elon Musk and Trump to make sure that $2 trillion gets cut so that it can make way for further tax cuts for the nation's wealthiest 1%. At $500 billion plus, you would think Mr. Musk might say, hey, you know what? This is a great nation that has provided me these great opportunities. How about we care for them the same way this nation has cared for us? He won't lose a moment's night sleep. But for more than 40 million Americans, Social Security is the only benefit that they have. They will be losing sleep over the fact that they're worried about whether it's in Minnesota or Connecticut, whether or not they're going to be able to get their benefits. The thing they rely on to put food on their table, to heat and cool their homes. This is no extravagant item that people are asking for. This is something they have earned and they've paid for. And their government continues not to act and respond the way that they should do. Mr. Speaker, we need a vote. You owe it to your people. We owe it to ours. Let's have a vote and give these individuals the Social Security benefits they need. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bean, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the king of auto racing was once asked when the first car race was. He replied, the day they made the second car. You see, Mr. Speaker, America is in love with the automobile, and nothing celebrates that better than the Amelia. It started 30 years ago in Northeast Florida as the Amelia Island Concours d'Elegance. This year, it celebrates its 30th anniversary with hundreds of exceptional vehicles descending on Amelia Island, Florida, to delight car lovers of all ages. Now, Mr. Speaker, I don't know how they do it, but it seems they top themselves each year. And the Amelia this year is definitely going to be one of the best. In the words of their Vice Chairman, Matt Orendak, history comes to life on the fairways at the Amelia, where enthusiasts are guaranteed to discover new automobile stories and personalities. This year, one of the 4 drivers to win the Indy 500 a record 4 times, including the most recent driver to do so, Helio Castroneves will be the Amelia's 2025 honoree. Mr. Speaker, attendees this year will over 500 automobiles, unique and specialized, and enjoy seminars, auctions, films, ride and drives, dinners and parties, and of course, the crowning jewel of the Amelia, Sunday's Concours d'Elegance. At the core of the event every year, Mr. Speaker, is a commitment to give back to the community. The Amelia has donated a whopping $4 million to local charities, and it continues to have an incredible $30 million economic impact annually on Amelia Island and all of Northeast Florida. Mr. Speaker, nothing can compare to the automobile wonder of the Amelia, and it's an event that I'm proud to host in my district. I wish them a hearty congratulations on their 30th anniversary, and here is to the next 30th. Mr. Speaker, let the show begin. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Herodopoulos, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to honor a resident of Cocoa, Florida, a true American hero, decorated Green Beret. Army Sergeant First Class Melvin Morris. His extraordinary courage in Vietnam reflects the very best of our nation's values. In 1969, while leading his Special Forces team, then Staff Sergeant Morris braved relentless enemy fire to recover a fallen comrade and safeguard classified information for our country. Despite being shot many times, he fought through enemy positions, ensuring his mission's success. For his valor, he received the Distinguished Service Cross. But history had more to say. Decades later, a review of military records rightfully upgraded his honor. In 2014, he was awarded the Medal of Honor, recognizing the courage and sacrifice that may have been overlooked for too long. Sergeant Moore's service did not end in combat. He continued to inspire future generations, reminding us that a nation must always recognize its heroes. Today, I salute Sergeant First Class Melvin Morris and his unwavering dedication to duty. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Mr. Allen Holmes Stahl, a man of service, dedication, and unwavering love for his family. Born in 1926 in Winthrop, Massachusetts, he enlisted in the Navy at the age of 17, serving aboard the LST-875 and LST-900 during World War II. After his honorable discharge in 1946, he attended Oklahoma State University and married the love of his life, Barbara Jean Todd. Together, they raised 2 children in Savannah, Georgia, and later welcomed 3 cherished grandchildren. Allen built a successful career with AT&T, retiring at 55 to dedicate his time to community service. He was deeply involved in volunteer work, serving his church, local organizations, and the Bradford Public Library. A man of strong values and undeniable sense of humor, he brought joy to all who knew him. Known for his kindness, wit, and love for bourbon and chocolate, he left an unforgettable mark on his family and his community. His legacy of generosity, humor, and service will live on in those he inspired. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Woodbine Opry on its 25th anniversary and to celebrate its legacy of old-time music and community gatherings. The Woodbine Opry is located in Woodbine, Georgia, and is one of the longest-running free live music venues in the state of Georgia. The Woodbine Opry has provided bluegrass, gospel, and classic country music to Southeast Georgia for the last 25 years, ever since it renovated the old Woodbine School to house the venue. Even though the auditorium in the old Woodbine School seats less than 200 patrons, the Opry's live streams and social media pages have 15,000 to 20,000 viewers each month from music lovers all over the nation and the world. This month, the Opry celebrated its anniversary by showcasing songs and stories reminiscent of the days when the Opry first begun. The week of festivities include a bluegrass gospel jam session, an electric country music night, and a live band that had the old school auditorium floor packed full of dancers. Congratulations to the Woodbine Opry, the staff and musicians for achieving this accomplishment and for bringing so much joy and good music to Georgia's 1st Congressional District. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the remarkable achievement of Wexford, an authentic Irish pub in Savannah, Georgia, which recently has been named one of USA Today's 2025 Restaurants of the Year. Established by siblings Tim and Jennifer Strickling, along with Chris Swanson, Wexford has become a beloved gathering spot for both locals and visitors since its opening. Designed by Darren Fagan of the Irish Pub Company, the two-story, 150-year-old space reflects Savannah's rich Hibernian heritage, seamlessly blending industrial brick exteriors with burnished mahogany interiors and stained glass accents. Collaborating with Georgia Southern University Center for Irish Research and Teaching, led by Howard Keeley, Wexford offers a revolving experience that tells the unique story of Irish immigrants in Savannah. The restaurant effectively serves as a living museum where patrons can enjoy both culture and cuisine. The menu, crafted by executive chef Jason Cummings and chef Dustin Hambrick, features traditional Irish dishes with a modern twist, including favorites like fish and chips, corned beef Reuben, and Guinness pot roast and sandwiches. The food, culture, and atmosphere make it a cherished spot for businesses, for business lunches, for family dinners, and for social gatherings. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the achievements of the Port of Savannah, which was the fastest growing port on the U.S. East Coast in 2024. The impacts of Georgia's ports are felt across the state and all throughout the nation. Georgia's ports and inland terminals support more than 609,000 jobs throughout the state annually, contributing $40 billion in income, $171 billion in revenue, $40 billion in income, and $5.3 in state and local taxes to Georgia's economy. The Port of Savannah also led the nation in port-to-rail speed last year. The great state of Georgia has been ranked number one for business for 11 years now, and Georgia ports have played an integral role in maintaining this achievement. The ports of Savannah and Brunswick are set apart from the competition by their commitment to building strong partnerships, ensuring ample capacity ahead of demand, and maintaining a responsible approach with communities. We are so thankful for the hard-working Georgians employed by Georgia ports and their commitment to strategic investment and growth. Congratulations to the Georgia Port Authority and the Port of Savannah for being recognized for their continued outstanding performances. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Holy and most compassionate, most merciful God, our Redeemer and friend, we pray your blessing on our individual journeys of faith and ask your guidance over believers of the Muslim faith as they commence their holy season of Ramadan, and on Christians as they enter into the season of Lent later this week. As each community dedicates these next several days and weeks to prayer and fasting, open their hearts, cleanse their minds, and purify their spirits. May their dedication to the disciplines which serve to deny the countless things that attempt to distract us from you lead them and us to cultivate compassion to each other and to those around us. No matter what practices we use to draw closer to you, may they be motivated by the purest desire to know you more clearly, to love you more dearly, and to follow you more nearly. Bless us and guide our steps and light our paths. We offer these prayers in the name you have revealed to us, and I in the name of Jesus. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceeding and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Kennedy.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
No communications or messages. Chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. What purpose does gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize the 100th anniversary of the Leaksville Garden Club in Rockingham County, North Carolina's oldest active gardening club. It was formed in March of 1925 and was recognized as the third garden club to be organized within the state of North Carolina. Mr. Speaker, this club is more than just about gardening. It's about fostering pride in the community, strengthening bonds of fellowship between people, and upholding tradition. This club is a shining example of the best that North Carolina has to offer. Its 100-year history is a testament to that simple fact. Congratulations to the Leaksville Garden Club and its members on this historic milestone. Here's to another 100 years. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize Read Across America Week. On Sunday, we kicked off Read Across America Day, marking the start of National Reading Month. Each March, teachers, students, parents, librarians, and more all acknowledge the importance of literacy and reading all Americans. For more than 20 years, Read Across America has been a nationwide tradition, held annually on March 2nd in honor of Dr. Seuss's birthday. Across the country, thousands of schools, libraries, and community centers bring young people together to experience the magic of books. This celebration fosters a lifelong love of reading. It reminds students that with every page turned, they can explore new worlds and expand their horizons. The message is clear, though. Through books, you can do anything and go anywhere. Mr. Speaker, I join President Trump and committee to instilling a love for reading amongst all of our nation's youth and recognizing this special occasion. As Dr. Seuss wisely said, the more that you read, the more things you will know. The more that you learn, the more places you'll go. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today with great pride to congratulate the Duchesne High School girls wrestling team on their remarkable achievement, winning the 1A and 2A state championship. I would also like to recognize their coach, Shane Ivey, for being honored with the prestigious title of Outstanding Coach of the Year. Individual champions include Brianne Ivey, Ariana Jones, McKinley Sprecher, Daniela Spencer, and Abigail Woods. Additionally, Duchesne's Leah Ivey and Altamont's Presley Thacker each earned second-place finishes in their respective categories. Their success is a testament to their resilience as they overcame countless challenges along the way. Brianne Ivey faced serious heart issues. Daniela Spencer competed with a broken arm, and Ariana Jones, with profound strength and courage, competed while mourning the recent passing of her mother. These young women embody the values of hard work, perseverance, and grit. I am in awe of their determination and spirit. They've shown us what true resilience looks like. We are incredibly proud to have such talented and dedicated individuals representing Utah's 3rd District. Their success is not just their own, it reflects the strength and character of our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to rise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor civil rights trailblazer Sarah Keys Evans. In 1952, Private First Class Evans in the Women's Army Air Corps courageously refused to give up her seat on a bus in Roanoke Rapids, North Carolina. Her refusal took place 3.5 years before Rosa Parks. Evans' refusal, leading to her arrest, paved the way for a crucial legal victory in the case of Keys versus Carolina Coach Company. Sarah Keys Evans' legacy is significant in our country, which is why I filed legislation that would award her with the Congressional Gold Medal, an award that will honor her relentless spirit, reminding us that we must dare to create the world not as it is, but what we believe. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Speaker Riley Moore, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and expend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The December collapse of the dictatorial murderous Assad regime in Syria is a cause of celebration for the Syrian people and world. As the Syrian people decide their path forward, an encouraging sign was reported by NPR of Jewish officials invited by the current Syrian government for the Jewish community to help rebuild the country. Nearly all of the more than 30,000 Syrian Jews fled the country in the 1990s. War criminal Putin's murderous puppet, Assad, fled to Moscow as mass graves were discovered of innocent civilians. Syrians will never forget the Russian-supported mass murder of destroying Aleppo, and Russian bases should be expelled from Syria. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Open borders for dictators puts all Americans at risk of more 9/11 attacks imminent, as warned by the FBI. Trump is reinstituting existing laws to protect American families with peace through strength. Congratulations, National Day of the Republic of Bulgaria, appreciating Ambassador Georgi Panyatov, our valued NATO partner of Bulgaria, dynamic member of the European Union, is the beautiful Republic of Bulgaria. I yield back.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on February 27, 2025 at 3:50 p.m. that the Senate passed House Joint Resolution 35, Appointments: United States Senate Caucus on International Narcotics Control, Board of Trustees of the John C. Stennis Center for Public Service Training and Development. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. Under Clause 2G of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, I herewith designate Ms. Michelle H. Reinschuttle, Deputy Clerk, and Ms. Sarah Meyer, Legal Counsel, to sign any and all papers and perform all other acts for me under the name of the Clerk of the House, for which they would be authorized to do by virtue of this designation, except such as are provided by statute. In case of my temporary absence or disability, this designation shall remain in effect for the 119th Congress or until modified by me. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under the Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from the great state of Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1515.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1515, a bill to increase access to agency guidance documents.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Connolly, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1515, the Guidance Out of Darkness Act or the Good Act. Regulatory guidance includes agency statements that, while not intended to have the force and effect of law, establish agency policies on statutory, regulatory, or technical issues. Because such guidance communicates how an agency will administer the law and its programs, it has a significant effect on regulated entities. Regulated entities and the public should know what agency guidance says about the laws and programs that affect them. However, guidance documents are not easy to find. They are not consistently posted on agency websites. This inconsistency burdens regulated entities, and it especially burdens small businesses, who often lack the resources to hire compliance experts. The problem is so bad that agency guidance documents are known as regulatory dark matter. For a brief time, the first Trump administration was able to bring helpful and needed sunshine to this situation. Following the Good Act's passage by the House during the 115th Congress, the first Trump administration voluntarily adopted the bill's reforms through an October 2019 executive order after the Senate failed to act. Under the executive order, guidance was required to become fully transparent online. Across the government, each agency was directed to make available on its website a single searchable index database with links to all guidance documents in effect. As a result, for the first time, members of the public could easily find whatever agency guidance they needed online in a central location. The order was in effect during 2019 and 2020, but was regrettably rescinded by the Biden administration. As a result, agencies pulled down their guidance web pages, and guidance once again fell into darkness, increasing the potential for agency abuse. This is why we need to, once again, pass the Good Act in the House and require agencies to publish their regulatory guidance in a single, easily accessible location. The American public deserves nothing less from their government. I want to thank my committee colleague, Representative Ro Khanna from California, for co-sponsoring my legislation. And I especially want to thank the ranking member for working with my staff to help us advance a bipartisan bill here today. I urge my colleagues to support this simple and necessary transparency bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 1515, the Guidance Out of Darkness Act, sponsored by our chairman, Mr. Comer of Kentucky. My Republican colleagues like to say that this bill will cast a light on what they love to call regulatory dark matter. This melodramatic term refers to the guidance documents federal agencies issue to help the public better understand actions and policies. Guidance documents come in the form of interpretive rules, which describe an agency's interpretation of a statute or regulation and general statements of agency policy. For example, an agency might issue a guidance document to clarify a regulation and its technical details or to offer more information on compliance. Guidance documents don't have the force of law and are already publicly available. The bill simply requires agencies to publish guidance documents on a dedicated website for ease of access. It also requires the Director of the Office of Management Budget to designate a single website for accessing all agency guidance documents except for those exempt from disclosure under the FOIA. Democrats support the transparent federal government that is always accountable to the public, so we support this bill as well. We don't buy into the incendiary rhetoric of some MAGA Republicans trying to paint agency guidance documents as some kind of sinister tool of the administrative state. They are the very opposite. My Republican colleagues have said this bill is important because it restores elements of President Trump's Executive Order 13891 that was revoked by President Biden. To set the record straight, President Biden replaced that executive order, didn't revoke it, because it sought to limit the federal government's ability to address the country's challenges and serve its people. Instead, President Biden launched an important effort to modernize the regulatory review process, including the process around guidance documents, which we're addressing today. Let's be very clear. Republicans are dead set in rolling back the ability of federal agencies to protect the public from corporate bad actors. In contrast, Democrats are putting people before profits, including through evidence-based regulations that protect Americans' freedoms and well-being. Passage of this bill today is a good step in the right direction, as long as we all actually are interested in regulatory transparency and accountability. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I'm happy to join them. I reserve the balance of our time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley.
The gentleman is recognized from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The basic premise of this bill, which I am happy to co-sponsor, is that we should not have secret laws in the United States. A major opportunity that we have right now is to modernize our government and to rein in the inexorable growth of the administrative state, restoring power to our elected representatives, to states, to local communities, to the American people themselves. And when we think about the administrative state, we think about all the regulations that are churned out one after another and compiled in the ever-growing Federal Register. But the reality is that is just the tip of the iceberg. Layered on top of all of that are these so-called guidance documents. This is memos, dear colleague members, letters, bulletins, all manner of what is referred to as regulatory dark matter. And with respect to the ranking member, this is not a melodramatic term. It's actually quite appropriate. In physics, dark matter refers to the mysterious substance that makes up about 85% of the mass of the universe, but no one really knows what it is. And similarly, all of these guidance documents make up a great deal of the regulatory activity in our country, and yet the agencies themselves can't even manage to track them down, let alone how is an individual or a small business supposed to find out what this particular interpretation of the law is and how it will affect them, let alone how is Congress supposed to figure out how the laws that we have passed are ultimately being enforced and administered. So this is a common sense measure that says that all of these documents, these guidance documents that have real teeth when it comes to the enforcement of regulations, need to be compiled in one place that is searchable and accessible to every American citizen. It's a positive step for transparency and towards restoring government by the people. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
We reserve, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also have no further speakers, and I urge passage of H.R. 1515 and yield back the balance of our time.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support the Guidance Out of Darkness or Good Act and to pass this legislation once again like the House did last term. I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1515? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 872 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 872, a bill to require covered contractors implement a vulnerability disclosure policy consistent with NIST guidelines and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Connolly, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to support H.R. 872, the Federal Contractor Cybersecurity Vulnerability Reduction Act. This bill will require federal contractors to have a vulnerability disclosure policy, or VDP. This would help contractors more quickly alert federal agencies about vulnerabilities, which could avoid a future cybersecurity breach. Federal agencies must act quickly when dealing with a cyber attack. The sooner a federal agency knows it may have a problem, the sooner it can take steps to protect its systems and data, including the personal data of millions of Americans. It is reasonable to require federal contractors to play a proactive role in addressing vulnerabilities in federal information systems. This bill complements the committee's ongoing work aimed at helping federal agencies protect their data and information systems. I want to thank our great subcommittee chairwoman, Nancy Mace, for introducing this important legislation, which the House Oversight Committee unanimously passed last year and the House later passed as part of the fiscal year 2025 National Defense Authorization Act. I also want to thank Subcommittee Ranking Member Brown for co-sponsoring this legislation, building on the bipartisan support from last year. I encourage my colleagues to once again support H.R. 872, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I appreciate today's consideration of the Federal Contractor Cybersecurity Vulnerability Reduction Act, as well as the work of Chairwoman Mace and Ranking Member Brown in leading this legislation to us today. The bill would ensure that federal contractors implement vulnerability disclosure policies consistent with the guidance and guidelines of the National Institute of Standards and Technology, industry best practices, and international standards. Each year, software developers, security researchers, and others discover tens of thousands of security vulnerabilities in computer software and systems. For example, in 2023 alone, more than 29,000 common vulnerabilities and exposures were logged in this widely used National Vulnerability Database. If companies establish a process for accepting, assessing, and managing reports of such vulnerabilities, otherwise known as vulnerability disclosure policies, they can make use of such discoveries to fix problems before they're exploited by malign actors. Vulnerability disclosure policies are an extremely effective tool. Most federal agencies already have such policies, as do federal contractors and subcontractors, providing information systems and Internet of Things devices to federal agencies. By requiring all federal contractors to follow suit, this bill shores up another front in the never-ending battle to protect the federal government's information systems and data, and thereby the American public. Thank you. I urge passage of the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 10 minutes to the gentlewoman from South Carolina, the chairman of the Cybersecurity Subcommittee, Ms. Mace.
The gentlewoman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my friend, the distinguished chairman of the Committee of Oversight and Government Reform, Chairman Comer, for yielding. I want to thank the ranking member, Mr. Connolly, as well, both of you for your leadership on this critical issue, not only in this congressional session, but the last one as well. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of my bill, H.R. 872, the Federal Contractor Cybersecurity Vulnerability Reduction Act. In 2020, the Office of Management and Budget directed federal agencies to implement cybersecurity vulnerability disclosures policies. These policies enable third-party researchers and white hat hackers to work with the federal government to proactively identify and patch vulnerabilities in information systems before a cyber attack takes place. And we all know how critically important it is, particularly with systems that are older than some of us in this room, that these vulnerability disclosure policies require these third parties to notify the federal agency of any sensitive data they encounter, like personally identifiable information, financial information, proprietary information, or trade secrets. This allows a cybersecurity vulnerability to be addressed and data to be secured before it is exploited by malign actors, including our adversaries. And we know countries or malign actors affiliated with China, Russia, Iran, and others are after us all day, every day, 365 days a year. These vulnerability disclosure policies are critical to preventing cyber attacks on federal systems. This was an important step in federal cybersecurity, but the work of federal agencies is supplemented by millions of contractors working on behalf of federal departments and agencies. The federal government awards over 11 million contracts annually, with many of those contractors having access to federal systems and vast amounts of sensitive information, including personally identifiable information of American citizens. My bill, the Federal Contractor Cybersecurity Vulnerability Reduction Act, will require the Office of Management and Budget, or OMB, to oversee updates to the Federal Acquisition Regulation to ensure federal contractors with access to federal systems or work with federal data adopt these vulnerability disclosure policies as well. My bill also requires the Secretary of Defense to update the Defense Federal Acquisition Regulation supplement to require the same cybersecurity vulnerability disclosure policies, safeguarding the personal information of our service members and the information vital to our national security. These updates shall be done consistent with the guidelines and best practices developed by the National Institute of Standards and Technology, and simply require contractors to abide by the same cybersecurity standards as federal agencies. Federal contractors with access to government systems and data should have the same safeguards in place as the government itself, ensuring federal systems and data are protected and security vulnerabilities are addressed. Adoption of vulnerability disclosure policies by government contractors will help protect the sensitive data of American citizens and our national security. My bill would close a crucial vulnerability and protect our nation from malicious actors who seek to steal our data and harm our citizens. I'm very pleased to see this bill pass out of the Oversight Committee unanimously last year by a vote of 42-0. But it's long past time we get this done until these vulnerability disclosure policies are adopted across the entire federal digital ecosystem. Our nation's data and security is at risk. Before I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I will before I yield back, I want to say I walked into the chamber this afternoon, moments ago, and I saw a tweet or a post on X from South Carolina Attorney General Alan Wilson, who said he's protecting South Carolinians from sexual predators is a top priority. Protecting citizens of this country has been my top priority since the day I was ever sworn into office, particularly my constituents whom I represent. I recently gave a speech on this floor where I was very detailed about horrific abuses I've experienced. When you talk about vulnerabilities, I know about being vulnerable. When you talk about cybersecurity, I sit awake in my bed every single night wondering if anyone has ever seen those videos of me or any of the other women in the tapes that I outlined in my speech. And my Attorney General in the last 3 weeks since I came forward and gave that speech on the floor, my Attorney General, Alan Wilson, and I'm going to make sure every South Carolinian knows your name forever, not just for what you did, but what for you have not done, your inaction on vulnerabilities of my own constituents in my district in South Carolina, because you've done nothing in the last 3 weeks except for attack me, a member of Congress who did my duty to protect her constituents. I will keep fighting for every American citizen, whether it is in this bill about vulnerability disclosure policy in federal government. I will do it for rape victims, not just in my district, in my state, in my country. I will do it because I care, and I swore an oath to the Constitution to serve my constituents, to serve my state, and to serve my nation in every possible way that we can. So I urge my colleagues to take cyber threats by malign actors seriously. I urge my colleagues to protect the security of Americans' data. I urge my colleagues to do whatever we can in this chamber to protect people who are vulnerable, whether we're talking about data or we're talking about rape victims, sex trafficking, all those things. Victims should not be attacked, ever. And I'm one of those victims. I'm tired of being attacked by the Attorney General. I'm tired of being blamed for being a rape victim and being a victim of peeping toms and voyeurism, same with these other victims. I'm tired of it. And I will not stand for it, not in this chamber, not in my state, and not back home. So Attorney General Alan Wilson, I hope you have your number 2 pencil out, and I hope you're taking notes, and I hope that pencil is sharpened, because once I get my teeth stuck in you, I am not letting go. And I will fight for every woman and girl across this country, all day, every day, always. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Members are reminded to address their remarks to the chair. The gentlelady from South Carolina yields. The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
We reserve the balance of our time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
I support H.R. 872 and urge its adoption, and I yield back the balance of our time.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this important legislation, which will streamline cybersecurity, vulnerability disclosure to protect federal IT systems. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 872 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 856.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 856, a bill to require the Director of the Office of Management and Budget conduct a review to determine the impact of the lowest price, technically acceptable source selection process on national security and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Connolly, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The lowest price technically acceptable, LPTA, is a source selection method outlined in the Federal Acquisition Regulation. This process uses price as a determining factor for a contract rather than other technical or operational factors. Following legislative work done by the House Oversight Committee during the 115th Congress, constraints were placed on agency use of LPTA in the fiscal year 2019 National Defense Authorization Act. These constraints recognize that LPTA criteria are not always appropriate for agencies seeking complex or technically innovative services. For instance, this can result in agencies sacrificing long-term value for short-term savings. We also do not want LPTA to be used in a manner that jeopardizes national security. This bill requires the Director of the Office of Management and Budget to evaluate this source selection process to determine whether agencies are using LPTA in an appropriate manner. I thank my Oversight Committee colleague, Mr. Donalds, for his leadership on this bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in strong support of the Safe and Smart Federal Purchasing Act, of which I'm a proud co-sponsor. The bill would require the Director of the Office of Management and Budget to review the procurement management practices of federal agencies to determine whether the use of acquisition procedures focused exclusively on cost, known as the lowest price technically acceptable, pose any national security risk. Since our committee reported this bill last Congress, I appreciate that the majority sought and incorporated feedback from the administration. When federal agencies purchase goods and services, they aim to achieve the best value for the American people. In the words of the Federal Acquisition Regulation, best value means that the acquisition should provide, quote, the greatest overall benefit in response to the requirement, unquote. Under LPTA procedures, price is the determining factor in awarding a contract, with no consideration given to other factors. This contrasts with the more frequently used trade-off approach, which looks at the bigger picture and considers additional factors beyond just cost, perhaps assessing elements like quality and performance or a bidder's technical or managerial expertise. This bill and the trade-off approach to federal contracting understand that the focusing on contract price alone can actually increase the overall cost to the federal government and the American people. For example, cutting costs in the short term can lead to expensive project delays, might result in taxpayer dollars flowing to adversarial nations that threaten U.S. security interests. If no consideration is given to the strength and integrity of the bidder's supply chain, cutting costs in the short term could lead to inferior products, disastrous supply shortages at critical moments. I believe this is a thoughtful, common sense approach to contracting. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of our time.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman and rising star from the state of Florida, Mr. Donalds.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd be remiss without thanking Chairman Comer. Chairman, I might have to ask you to introduce me everywhere going forward. I greatly appreciate that. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for this time on the floor today, and I rise in strong support of my bill, the Safe and Smart Federal Purchasing Act. For background, lowest price technically acceptable is the source selection method outlined in the Federal Acquisition Regulation, or FAR. Simply put, LPTA standard prioritizes price above everything else. Focusing on price instead of other technical or operational factors in federal procurement can result in agencies cutting corners, long-term value being sacrificed, or in its worst aspects, even potential risk to America's national security. In my view, the use of LPTA may not always be appropriate when federal agencies purchase innovative technologies and technical services, and agencies should have the flexibility to pay more for a superior solution if the circumstances are appropriate. And I would say to the American people, obviously, with all of the things that we were talking about in Washington around the Department of Governmental Efficiency, better known as DOGE, going through and trying to cut costs, we do have to be mindful that we're getting the best products for the federal government to use, because that actually does yield great results for the American people. Moreover, we as Congress have an obligation to fully understand the impacts of utilizing LPTA. One example of when LPTA may not be appropriate relates to the procurement of Chinese drones. Chinese drone maker DJI is the world's largest manufacturer of personal and professional drones, and federal agencies to this day utilize DJI drones, which present a large national security risk. But why would federal agencies procure Chinese drones when there are higher quality American drones currently available on the market? That's when the lowest price, technically acceptable FAR standard may come into play. To provide some additional context, Chinese state-backed DJI aggressively dropped its prices in 2015. And now DJI drones account for more than 75% of the global drone marketplace, offering its products in over 100 countries. While a wide range of innovative American drones products are available, in many cases, LPTA slides the federal procurement preference scale away from American drones in favor of these Chinese drones merely because they're cheaper. But to emphasize, all companies in China are required by Chinese law to give the Communist Chinese Party access to all their information upon request. In fact, in August of 2017, Homeland Security Investigations issued an intelligence bulletin warning that DGI was providing critical infrastructure and law enforcement data to the Chinese government. Today, lowest price technically acceptable does not account for national security implications. So my bill would simply require an evaluation of potential national security concerns associated with the LPTA FAR standard. Instead of just looking at the initial price tag and procuring the cheapest product and service, it is vitally important that the United States government understand the national security implications associated with its federal procurement policies. I want to thank the ranking member, Mr. Connolly, for co-leading this bipartisan initiative with me. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense piece of legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Florida yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
We have no more speakers on this side and are prepared to close if the majority is.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized. Reserves. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I believe this is a common sense approach to contracting. We can't just take a mindless approach to lowest cost winning every bid. It can jeopardize national security, and at the end of the day, it can actually cost more than if we had gone a different way. So I thank my friend from Florida for his leadership on this issue. I urge my colleagues to support passage of H.R. 856, and I yield back the balance of our time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Safe and Smart Federal Purchasing Act is measured and targeted legislation that can inform future congressional work on federal procurement, a policy area we know is ripe for reform and taxpayer savings. I encourage my House colleagues to support this common sense bipartisan bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 856? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 758.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 758, a bill to direct the United States Postal Service to issue regulations requiring Postal Service employees and contractors to report to the Postal Service traffic crashes involving vehicles carrying mail that result in injury or death and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Connolly, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 758, which requires U.S. Postal Service employees and contractors to report traffic crashes that result in injury or death to the Postal Service. In 2023, the Wall Street Journal published an article alleging that the Postal Service contracted with low-cost trucking companies that did not follow highway safety regulations. They also reported that postal contractors have been involved in car crashes that have killed 79 people in the last 3 years. To conduct oversight of this important topic, Congress needs to be informed. The Mail Traffic Deaths Reporting Act requires the Postal Service to report to Congress any traffic crashes that result in injury or death. Under the bill, Postal Service employees and contractors will have 3 days to report a traffic accident to the Postal Service. These reports will include, at minimum, the date, time, location, nature of the crash, information identifying the contractor, and number of injuries and fatalities. The Postal Service will maintain a comprehensive internal digital database of this information. The Postal Service is also required to compile a publicly available report summarizing annual stats related to injuries and deaths from traffic accidents. I thank Representative Conley, the ranking member of the House Oversight Committee, for working to partner with me on this necessary legislation. I encourage all of my House colleagues to support this national safety legislation. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will consume such time as I use this afternoon.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the Male Traffic Deaths Reporting Act, bipartisan legislation I'm proud to co-lead with our chairman, Mr. Comer. This common sense bill earned unanimous House approval in the 118th Congress, demonstrating our shared commitment to public safety. This legislation addresses a critical safety gap by requiring the U.S. Postal Service to collect, track, and report serious crashes and fatalities involving vehicles transporting the U.S. mail. After meeting with families of truck crash victims and hearing their painful, heartbreaking stories, we're resolute in our mission to prevent further avoidable tragedies. The need for this bill was tragically illustrated in June of 2022 when the Godines family was struck by a truck contracted by a postal service with faulty brakes, no insurance, and a driver without a commercial driver's license. 3 generations, Mr. Speaker, of that family, including a 3-month-old Tesla, lost their lives in one tragic incident. But this wasn't isolated. Between 2020 and 2023, at least 79 people were killed in crashes involving Postal Service contracted trucks, but the true number may be even higher because, shockingly, the Postal Service was failing to document these incidents. This lack of oversight has allowed alarming safety violations to persist. Between 2020 and 2022, the Department of Transportation identified 466 Postal Service trucking contractors with high rates of hours of service violations. For example, in 2021 and 2022, 39% of companies carrying U.S. mail repeatedly violated rules preventing driver exhaustion. One contractor violated these critical driver safety protocols more than 200 times over a 5-year period. Unfortunately, the Postal Service's original approach to fatality and safety data was out of sight, out of mind. In May of 2023, I requested the Postal Service Inspector General launch an audit of the Postal Service's contract trucking safety. As a result of the review, the Postal Service established an ad hoc reporting system, one that the Postal Service still has failed to share with our offices. However, the Postal Service still lacks formal written policies for tracking contractor accidents and fatalities, including guidance for terminating contractors or subcontractors who are non-compliant. Our bill codifies the Inspector General's primary recommendation and delivers accountability by requiring detailed reporting of any mail transport crash resulting in serious injury or death, maintenance of a comprehensive database of such reports, and annual public reporting of such findings. And most importantly, establish penalties for contractors who fail to comply with the reporting requirements. This is a long overdue bill that will save lives. I urge its passage and reserve the balance of our time.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. From the gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
I'm proud to have led this effort with Mr. Comer. This is going to save lives. I urge all of our colleagues to support the legislation of H.R. 758 and yield back the balance of our time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Postal Service is tasked with the challenging job of providing fast, reliable mail service nationwide. While they do so, their safety should be prioritized. I encourage all my colleagues to support this common sense bill that increases transparency into the Postal Service's safety record to improve the public safety throughout our nation. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 758? Those in favor say aye. Those in favor, those opposed, say no. In the opinion of the chair,
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Pardon me. Yes, those being affirmative. For what purpose? We both jumped the gun there a little bit. Does the gentleman rise?
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Yes. The yeas and nays are requested. All those in the favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Okay. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass House Resolution 153.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 153, resolution expressing condolences to the families, friends, and loved ones of the victims of the crash of American Eagle Flight 5342 and PAT 25, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, and the gentlewoman from Kansas, Ms. Davids, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Kansas. The gentleman, I'm sorry about that. The gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on House Resolution 153.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of House Resolution 153, which expresses condolences to the families, friends, and loved ones of the victims of the crash of American Flight 5342 and PAT 25. This is a bipartisan resolution to honor the 67 lives that were lost during the tragic collision that occurred over the Potomac River on January 29, 2025. January 29th is typically a day of celebration in Kansas. From Manhattan to Goodland, Topeka to Liberal, Kansas City to Dodge City, Kansans come together to celebrate the rich history of Kansas and the anniversary of our statehood. January 29, 2025 changed the meaning of this day for Kansas and for the country forever. The world lost 67 bright, innocent lives that day, and I speak for all Americans when I say that this is the day that we will never, ever forget. When we celebrate Kansas Day in years to come, we will also feel the nudging of the somber emotions aroused by this tragic accident. We will remember our fellow Americans whose lives were tragically lost: farmers, parents, professors, college students with bright futures taken from us far too soon. For more than a century, the United States has led the world in aviation safety and innovation. Wichita has been known as the air capital of the world for more than a century due to our historic ties to the aviation history. Although tragic accidents like these are rare, none of us are strangers to the hazards involved in man's pursuit of flight. We must continue to strive to learn as much as we can about this accident so that it never, ever happens again. House Resolution 153 also allows the heroism displayed by the many local, state, and federal officials that sprang into action to perform recovery efforts. These men and women are heroes that demonstrate a tremendous respect for the fallen, working in cold temperatures and icy waters for several days. Mr. Speaker, I urge support of this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Kansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H-Res 153, expressing condolences to families, friends, and loved ones of the victims of the plane crash of American Eagle Flight 5342 and U.S. Army call sign PAT 25, and for other purposes introduced by my colleagues from Kansas, Representatives Ron Estes and Tracy Mann. I'd like to thank both Congressman Estes and Congressman Mann for their leadership on this matter, as well as the leadership and cooperation of the entire Kansas congressional delegation. The last couple of months have been heartbreaking and trying. It has been a hard time for our country and the U.S. aviation system. There have been numerous accidents, with the Potomac DCA mid-air collision being among the most tragic. At approximately 8:52 p.m. on January 29, 2025, American Airlines Flight 5342, flying from Wichita, Kansas to Ronald Reagan National Airport, collided with UH-60 Army Black Hawk helicopter PAT-25 while on final approach to runway 33 at DCA, resulting in both aircraft crashing over the Potomac River. There were no survivors. 67 innocent lives were lost, 60 passengers, 4 flight crew, and 3 Army soldiers. There's no one in my home state who hasn't been deeply affected by this tragedy. Kansas is known as the air capital of the world, a place where aviation is not just an industry but a way of life. The passengers on Flight 5342 were our neighbors, our coworkers, and our loved ones. We are forever grateful for the more than 300 first responders who arrived almost immediately on the scene to try to rescue survivors. Responding parties initially included Washington, D.C. Fire and Emergency Medical Services, the Metropolitan Police Department, Virginia State and Municipal Police Departments, and multiple federal agencies, including the NTSB, FBI, and U.S. Coast Guard. Sadly, this and other events stand as a stark reminder of the complexities of the national airspace system, and that we shouldn't take the precious few moments with loved ones for granted. We must investigate this accident thoroughly to prevent this event from ever happening again, and ensure that aviation safety always remains a top priority. With regard to the investigation, we are grateful to the NTSB personnel who are actively supporting the victims' families through the agency's Family Assistance Program. Family assistance is a critical function of the NTSB and invaluable to those mourning the loss of one or more of their loved ones. In times of tragedy, it can be difficult to sort through the torrent of emotions: sadness, rage, loneliness, and regret. And while counseling cannot bring back the loved ones lost, it can help survivors process the storm and maybe just a little bit blunt some of the pain. The NTSB is also leading the accident investigation itself. The agency deployed over 40 investigators alongside the Coast Guard, FBI, dive teams, and the Army Corps of Engineers to aid in the recovery and analysis. Aside from the wreckage of both aircraft and the personal effects of the victims, the agency has recovered the recording devices from both aircraft and are being analyzed by NTSB experts. This effort also extended far beyond the NTSB's personnel. Hundreds of government employees are supporting this investigative mission, including employees from the FAA, FBI, and Department of Transportation. As a member of Congress and as a citizen who cares deeply for U.S. aviation, I'm proud of those public servants and grateful for their sense of duty and sacrifice. Even though we all want answers, we must resist the urge to speculate on the causes of aviation accidents and allow the NTSB to complete its work. Aviation safety is dependent on a stable operating environment and technical analysis. And I, for one, would like to trust the experts as they continue their mission to make the skies safer. But when the final report comes out and the time comes to act, I hope that this body remembers this moment. We must do everything in our power, working across the aisle, to prevent this from ever happening again. In the meantime, let us come together in expressing our deepest condolences and pass this resolution. Our thoughts and prayers remain with the passengers, crew, their loved ones, and first responders. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to my good friend, the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Estes.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Representative Mann, for managing the floor time on this resolution. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of House Resolution 153, a resolution honoring the victims of Flight 5342 and Black Hawk PAT-25 and offering condolences to the families, friends, and loved ones. First, I want to offer my own condolences, my prayers and support to those who are mourning the loss of a loved one. While it's been a little more than a month since this tragic incident, there's still no words to adequately express the heartbreak we all feel at your loss, and no words that can properly console you. I pray that in time, God would give you and all those impacted a peace that would surpass all understanding. Just as we stand with those suffering now in their time of loss, we'll continue to stand with them as we continue to understand what happened on that tragic night of January 29th. I hope the answers that are uncovered will help bring some closure to those grieving and help ensure that a tragedy like this never happens again. As we honor the 67 lives cut short by this accident, I also want to thank the countless first responders who rushed to the scene to first try to rescue and then recover those aboard Flight 5342 and PAT 25. Thanks to their tireless and selfless efforts, the bodies of all 67 victims have been recovered. Additionally, I want to extend thanks to the staff at Wichita's Eisenhower Airport and to the greater Wichita community, where Flight 5342 originated, for their efforts to embrace and lift up those impacted by that crash. In towns and cities across the nation and the world, countless other communities have banded together to similarly show support to members of their community who lost a loved one on that tragic night. It is in each home, school, workplace, and community where each of the 67 victims was known and loved that they will continue to be remembered, celebrated, and honored. As we've learned more about the individual passengers aboard the plane, as well as the pilots and flight crew of Flight 5342 and the crew of the Black Hawk, we've come to know how they meant to the people around them and how much they will be missed. We commit to honoring their memory by doing the best we can to carry out a thorough investigation and make whatever changes are deemed necessary. I'm grateful to the National Transportation Safety Board, the FAA, the Army, and all the other involved agencies for the swift progress they've made thus far and for the work that they're committed to carrying out. I also extend my thanks to Transportation and Infrastructure Chairman Sam Graves for his help in bringing this resolution to the floor and to all the members who've offered their support during this time. The devastating plane crash coincided with Kansas Day, a day our state was founded 164 years ago. It's typically a day of recognizing the state's heritage and when school children across the state learn Kansas facts and symbols. But beyond the sunflower, western meadowlark, and the home on the range, our state is known for something else not found in a textbook or school worksheet: our compassion and care for one another. Kansas is a special place to call home, and after a tragedy like what happened on January 29th, we not only grieve with the family and friends we know, but we grieve for all of those who lost their lives that evening. More than a month's passed since the events of January 29th, but that is a date that will be forever etched in the minds and hearts of the American people. As their representatives in Congress and the representative of the air capital of the world, we come together today to offer our sincerest condolences to each person who is grieving the loss of a loved one and to honor the victims of Flight 5342 and PAT 25. May they rest in peace. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Kansas reserves. The gentlewoman from Kansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to yield 3 minutes to Congressman Beyer.
Gentleman is recognized. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I want to add my thanks, my condolences, and the very real grief of my constituents and neighbors to what's already been said. We're here today to honor the lives lost on American Eagle Flight 5342 and the brave souls aboard the PAT 25 helicopter. Each of them was more than a passenger, more than a soldier. They were loved ones, friends, parents, classmates, children, teammates, and colleagues whose very presence made the world better. And while the flight manifest has not been shared, from the names that have been shared publicly, I want to specifically mention those who lived in the 8th District of Northern Virginia: Vikesh Patel, Staff Sergeant Ryan O'Hara, Alessia Taylor and her daughter Olivia Terr, Yu Zhou Zhao, Kyan Mao and their son Eddie Zhao, and members of the Hanos family, Stephanie, Roger, and their son Corey. We take time to remember them today. I express my deep condolences to their family. I reiterate my heartfelt thanks to the first responders supporting this effort. They heard the call and they rushed out immediately, risking their lives in the deadly cold and the icy water of the Potomac as part of the rescue operations. These include the best of Virginia's 8th, the fire departments, emergency management teams, police departments of the City of Alexandria, Arlington County, Fairfax County, the City of Falls Church, the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority, and of the Commonwealth of Virginia. I'd also like to recognize the federal agencies working on the recovery and the investigation, including the National Transportation Safety Board, the FBI, the Federal Aviation Administration, the Coast Guard, the Army, and all the others who've contributed. I want to thank those from local jurisdictions, hospitals, mental health providers, even caring neighbors and support services who offered on-the-scene support to our emergency responders and who continue to support those impacted. Mr. Speaker, mental health is critically important. I want to stress how many people have been impacted by this tragedy and connect folks to resources to help. And finally, I want to thank all the air traffic controllers, the MO employees, and the DCA employees who have returned to their jobs and worked tirelessly to keep our airspace safe. I know it's got to be incredibly difficult working in close proximity to this tragedy, seeing the recovery efforts while completing your jobs. And my heart goes out to you and thank you for your professionalism in this trying time. Mr. Speaker, in sorrow and shared humanity, I wholeheartedly support this resolution, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman from Kansas suspends. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Babin.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you to my good friend who is holding this session in such a great and worthy cause. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in solemn remembrance of the lives lost and the tragic crashes of American Eagle Flight 5342 and PAT 25. To the families, friends, and loved ones of the 67 victims, we offer our very deepest condolences. No words can ever ease the pain of such a devastating loss, but we stand with them, and we stand with every one of these folks in mourning and in the pursuit of answers in this tragic accident. This tragedy demands a full and thorough investigation to ensure that no family endures this kind of heartbreak again. The safety of our skies and the trust of the American people depend on accountability, transparency, and action. Let us honor the memory of those we lost by ensuring that such a catastrophe never happens again. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution, HRES 153, and I want to thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Kansas suspends. The gentlewoman from Kansas is recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramaniam.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank my colleague from Kansas for yielding. On January 29th, our community in Northern Virginia was shattered. 67 lives were taken from us far too soon when American Eagle Flight 5342 and Army Flight Call Sign PAT-25 collided. And many of those on Flight 5342 called Virginia's 10th District home. And they leave behind countless family members, friends, and loved ones in our community. I am especially heartbroken for the children who were on the plane. Some of them were former Loudoun County public school students and members of our local figure skating community at the Ashburn Ice House and the Ion Center. Places where I've taken my own daughters figure skating in the past. And to the service members who lost their lives on PT-25, thank you for your service to our nation. To the first responders who rushed to the scene and worked in frigid and dangerous conditions to save anyone they could, including Fairfax and Prince William County first responders, we are so grateful. And to the professionals at the NTSB who are investigating this tragedy to ensure we learn from it and to prevent others like it, you have our appreciation and full support in your work. And finally, to my constituents, we will do anything and everything we can to make sure a tragedy like this doesn't happen again. It will take a long time to come to terms with this loss, but I know that our community is resilient, and it has warmed my heart to see how it came together in the aftermath of such an awful tragedy for us. So I urge all of my colleagues to support this resolution, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Kansas suspends. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers, and I'm prepared to close. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Kansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I would just urge all of my colleagues to support HRES 153 and continue to express condolences for all of the victims, their families, friends, and loved ones. And I yield back the balance of my time.
General yields. Gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman recognized.
Mr. Speaker, there's still a lot to uncover about this accident, and we are confident that the NTSB is reviewing the evidence so that we can learn from this accident to prevent future loss of life. As we express our deepest condolences and prayers, we join our beloved Kansas and nation in mourning the lives lost. Psalm 34:18 reminds us, The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit. We lift up the loved ones of the 67 lost souls and rest in the knowledge that no matter the circumstances we are facing, God is always with us. Kansas is the heartbeat of the country, and our state motto reminds us that we will persevere together through this difficult time. By adopting this measure, we honor the memory of these victims and ensure that they will never be forgotten. Mr. Speaker, I urge support of this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 153? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Motions to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 856 and H.R. 758. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 856, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 856, a bill to require the Director of Office of Management and Budget to conduct a review to determine the impact of the lowest price technically acceptable source selection process on national security and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 386.
Ms. Beatty. Ms. Beatty votes aye. Ms. Kelly of Illinois. Ms. Kelly of Illinois votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Larson of Connecticut. Mr. Larson of Connecticut votes aye. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Arrington votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 409.
Mr. Goldman of New York. Mr. Goldman of New York votes aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 411, the nays are 0. 0 recorded as present. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed.
Mr. Mills. Mr. Mills votes aye. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Byer. Mr. Byer votes aye. Ms. Moore of Wisconsin. Ms. Moore of Wisconsin votes aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 417, the nays are 0. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 758, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 758, a bill to direct the United States Postal Service to issue regulations requiring Postal Service employees and contractors to report to the Postal Service traffic crashes involving vehicles carrying mail that result in injury or death and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 402, the nays are 16. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
The House will be in order. Members will please take their conversations off the floor. The House will be in order. The chair asks that members please take their personal conversations off the floor. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is with a heavy heart that I announce to the House the passing of a respected and revered former colleague from the state of Florida, Congressman Lincoln Diaz-Balart. Lincoln and his brothers are family to me. And Lincoln was a man who I was honored to learn from, a respected public figure who was in politics and public service for all the right reasons. The one thing you must know, he loved this country. Lincoln was a fierce patriot. He championed many issues important to our community, our country, and our continent, but few, if any, fought any harder for a free and democratic Cuba. Whether as a Democrat or later as a Republican, he was always a guiding light in this fight for freedom in Cuba and around the world. I'm so grateful I was able to serve with him for 6 years and then continue our work with his brother and mi hermano Mario en el mismo tiempo at the same time. He was exactly who you wanted in your corner because he was a fierce fighter who put principle over politics. Lincoln Diaz-Balart was a kind and giving leader and a remarkably effective legislator who led by example. He also loved this institution, what it represented, and his constituents. He served as a member of the Rules Committee, including serving as ranking member from 2007 to 2011. Lincoln also worked to open this building and our legislative process to more Americans, especially Hispanic Americans. To that end, he, his brother Mario, and former Congresswoman Ileana Ross-Lehtinen started the Congressional Hispanic Leadership Institute. Today, as a mark of respect to that legacy, the Institute has a public service fellowship named in his honor. Congressman Lincoln Diaz-Balart will be sorely missed, but never forgotten. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all members in the House chamber, along with members, staff, and guests throughout the Capitol complex, rise for a moment of silence in remembrance of Congressman Lincoln Diaz-Balart. Mr. Speaker, may his memory be for a blessing. Que su recuerdo sea una bendición. I yield back.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the Irish American community in Pennsylvania's 8th Congressional District. During the 1880s, Hazleton and the Wyoming Valley attracted many Irish immigrants, particularly from County Donegal, to work in the anthracite coal mines in the Dolphin Silk Mill, the largest silk mill in the world at the time. Those immigrants not only helped build the economy, but also their local communities. They built St. Gabriel's Parish as the hub for religious and social gatherings. And after a long day's work, they would go to enjoy fellowship at locals like Hazleton Swing Club. Today, their descendants support organizations like the Swing Club and the Ancient Order of the Hibernians in Hazleton. These groups organize Toys for Tots drives, support the disenfranchised, and keep their families' heritage alive. And St. Gabriel's Cemetery in Hazleton is the grave of Condi Breslin, one of the earliest immigrants from County Donegal to move to Hazleton to work in the coal mines. As we prepare to celebrate St. Patrick's Day, let us honor our ancestors like Condi Breslin, who paved the way for our prosperity today, and to those who keep their memories alive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
I seek to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks as needed.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise this evening to say that tariffs on Canada are going to blow a hole in the United States automotive industry. Please, Mr. President, do not put 25% tariffs on Canadian goods. Our automakers, our supply chain, our auto workers cannot take this hit. Let's work together to come up with a plan to invest in manufacturing in a bipartisan, common sense way. These tariffs are not the answer. This is a threat to too many livelihoods. Listen to the auto worker. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the 30th anniversary of Tubby's Tank House. Since opening in 1995, Tubby's has been a beloved coastal dining designation, known for its fresh seafood, spacious outdoor patio, and warm hospitality. The owner and my good friend, Ansley Williams, expressed his gratitude for the community's support over the past 30 years. Tubby's has become more than a restaurant. It's a gathering place for locals and visitors alike. Its welcoming atmosphere and dedication to quality have made it a staple in the Savannah and Thunderbolt area. Guests enjoy outdoor games, keepsake photos, and a beautiful waterfront view that makes it so special. Tubby's has provided not only great seafood, but a place for people to connect and create lasting memories. As Tubby's celebrates the milestone, we recognize the dedication and hard work that made it successful. Here's to many more years of great food, great company, and great memories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak on a matter that is critical to the functioning of our government. As a House appropriator, we are tasked with ensuring that our federal agencies are properly funded so they can serve the American people. However, we are being asked to perform this vital duty without even knowing what plans DOGE has for the future of our agencies, let alone the true role of Elon Musk plays at DOGE, the rules it follows, and under what authority. How can we as lawmakers fund the government and trust that our instructions written into law are faithfully executed? How can we make informed decisions that directly affect the lives of millions of Americans who rely on these services? We are being left in the dark without knowing what plans DOJ, OPM, and OMB have. The lack of transparency is alarming, unacceptable, and illegal. We need to send Elon Musk power grab over agencies and services that Americans depend upon before it is too late. The Republic is in crisis. Republicans, wake up.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow, we will welcome President Trump to the Capitol for his joint address here in Congress. It's more than just a speech. It's an opportunity to lay out the successes so far of this administration and the important work ahead to restore American strength and the economy, and as well as in world affairs. In just a short time, President Trump has delivered real results, ending the taxpayer-funded DEI programs, stopping the government from wasting money on divisive policies. He took decisive action to secure our border, the numbers dropping dramatically from those illegally crossing just a couple of months ago to just a couple hundred a day, which puts the safety of American citizens first. Cutting through bloated bureaucracy and the alarming waste and missed priorities of programs that American taxpayers don't even want any part of. This makes government work for the people, not against them, which respects taxpayers. On the world stage, he's proving that peace comes through strength, rejecting the weak leadership that left America vulnerable and our adversaries emboldened, which helps prevent wars that would happen and end current wars. His education is helping. I yield back, Mr.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and revise and accept.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, at the time of Ukraine's independence from the Soviet Union in 1991, Ukraine held the third largest nuclear arsenal in the world. According to the Arms Control Association, this included approximately 1,900 strategic warheads, 176 intercontinental ballistic missiles, and 44 strategic bombers. An arsenal large enough to annihilate every person on Earth. But by 1996, Ukraine had voluntarily given up that nuclear arsenal in exchange for written guarantees of territorial integrity signed by America, by Russia, England, and Europe. Guarantees that were reconfirmed by Russia under Vladimir Putin in 2009. So, when J.D. Vance and Donald Trump stabbed Ukraine in the back in the Oval Room last Friday by ignorantly repudiating those security agreements and by failing to defend one of only two nations that has ever voluntarily given up its nuclear weapons, it forever raised the risk of an uncontrolled nuclear arms race and a nuclear holocaust. And it put a stain on our nation's honor that will take generations to remove. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Vermont seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask you, what kind of man asks for absolute fealty and bootlicking from the people around him? What kind of man asks people to lie for him? What kind of man is so petty he can't admit obvious mistakes and lies? What kind of man mocks veterans, then callously fires them from jobs? What kind of man appeases and flatters our enemies? What kind of man puts his own needs above country? And what kind of men and women make excuses for him and lie for him and cover for him? These are the questions that are haunting me today. We need so much better than this in this moment. This is about the safety and security of our nation and our allies around the world. This is about our collective protection of our ideals. Americans of conscience, we must stand together and confront any man so wholly unsuited for what we ask of him. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in honor of an extraordinary individual, Mr. Kenny Bershnek. Kenny has dedicated 30 years to enriching our community through music. As a conductor and director of the West Side Community Band, Kenny has brought joy to countless individuals across our community. Kenny has led the group to national recognition as a top 10 community band in the 2024 American Prize competition. Under his leadership, the band performed nearly 250 free concerts, uplifting audiences at senior centers, festivals, and community events. He's not only a great conductor, but a great person, and he and his band have done so much community work on behalf of our children. Kenny represents the best of our community, and we thank him for his leadership and his lasting impact. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of my constituent, Evelyn Reale Bianchi, who will soon be celebrating her 95th birthday. Evelyn, the oldest of 5 children, was born on March 9th of 1930 to Italian immigrants, Dominic and Marina Reale of Amsterdam, New York. Evelyn met and then married John Bianchi in 1957. They have 2 children, Anne and John. Evelyn went back to work right away and began a decade-long career in the insurance industry, followed by employment at St. Mary's Hospital under Sister Rita Jean Dubray. Evelyn joined the St. Mary's Hospital Auxiliary in the early 1960s and served a term as president and still is an active member today. She was also a Columbiette for many years. Until a few years ago, Evelyn also enjoyed a side job as a tailor. She has always been a good cook and baker, sharing her culinary skills with her daughter and her son. Congratulations to Evelyn on decades of love and committed service, yes to her family, but also yes to her community. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to oppose the big elephant in the room, Trump administration's imposition of a 25% tariff on U.S.-Canada trade. It will severely impact jobs and companies in the Great Lakes region, including what I represent, northwestern Ohio. You've heard it right. President Trump is going to put a 25% tariff on U.S.-Canadian trade. They're our best trading partner. What's going on over there? Unneeded tariffs will cause prices to rise more on everything. Just wait. Cars will go up $9,000 to $12,000 a vehicle. Costs of grain will go up. Road salt, potash, oil, gasoline are going to skyrocket dangerously. Let me state plainly, 25% tariffs on Canada are foolish. The people and businesses of our region and the industrial Midwest overwhelmingly oppose the administration's unnecessary trade war with Canada. Tariffs can be imposed in a smart and targeted approach. The Trump tariff is nothing like that. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask all citizens to contact the White House. Put it simply, don't hurt North American trade with Canada. It works. Don't kill what isn't broken.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
For unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to honor the life and legacy of Carol Clay, a remarkable woman whose impact on St. Louis and our nation will never be forgotten. It saddens me that my first opportunity to honor the Clay family comes at such a difficult time as we mourn an extraordinary woman.
Carol Clay was a pillar of strength, grace, and conviction, a devoted wife, mother, and grandmother. She stood shoulder to shoulder with her husband, former Congressman Bill Clay, in the fight for justice. Her legacy lives on in the young people uplifted through the CBC Spouses Scholarship Fund, the community she strengthened, and the family she nurtured. To Congressman Clay Sr., to Lacey, and the entire Clay family, my deepest condolences. May Carol Clay rest in peace, and may her memory continue to guide us toward a more just and compassionate world. And I yield.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
You can give it to her right there. Address the House for 1 minute and then extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the first speaker in line at my town hall was Susan Perry. You wouldn't know it at first, but Susan has difficulty speaking. Within the last 6 months, she had a 7-centimeter tumor removed from her adrenal gland. But Susan is refusing to stay quiet. She made sure to be the first in line to share her story and how the Republican budget cuts to Medicaid and research will impact her, her family, and the American people. And I could hear her loud and clear. And that's why I am honored that Susan will be my guest at the President's Joint Address, because we should all hear her voice too. Susan is a retired special education teacher from Fauquier County. Her husband is a retired Postal Service employee of 44 years, worried about his retirement benefits getting cut. And her son has cystic fibrosis. And her son has benefited from cutting-edge NIH research and life-saving medication approved by the federal government. As this administration is cutting the very science that saves lives, Susan's fight gives me hope that we can all make our voices heard and fight for change. So don't underestimate Susan, and don't underestimate the American people. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today, I'd like to honor the life of J. Roger Rice, a devoted husband, father, grandfather, attorney, and a man of deep faith, who passed away on February 16, 2025. Roger was a standout student athlete at Hutchinson Technical High School and earned a full college scholarship to play basketball at King's College in Pennsylvania. He pursued his J.D. at the University of Buffalo, where after a fateful meeting, he met his future wife, Gail, on their first day at law school. They started a law firm together, Rice & Rice, which eventually included both of their sons, serving countless clients with integrity and compassion. Gail and their son Jared have both served as city judges in the city of New Rochelle. Roger's faith, instilled in him as a young age by his mother, was central to who he was, and his commitment to his faith was evident in how he lived, serving his community and mentoring others. Roger left a lasting impression on the New Rochelle community in the 16th District, touching many lives, and will be greatly missed. Rest in power, Roger. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Puerto Rico seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week, some Puerto Rican officials will be in D.C. lobbying for statehood for Puerto Rico. Last November, 51% of Puerto Ricans refused to vote for statehood. That day, the people of Puerto Rico elected me with a clear mandate to focus on economic development and reconstruction, not on political status. The government of Puerto Rico can spend its time however it wants. I cannot and will not spend mine on the issue of status. I would rather talk about the status of our supply chain and how Puerto Rico can help strengthen it. I would rather talk about the status of our electric grid and all the steps we need to take to fix it. I would rather talk about an agenda that unites Puerto Ricans, Democrats, and Republicans. Mr. Speaker, unity, not division, is the path forward. I yield back the remainder of my time. Thank you.
The gentleman yields. The chair now lays before the House the following enrolled joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 35, joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Environmental Protection Agency relating to waste emissions charged for petroleum and natural gas systems, procedures for facilitating compliance, including netting and exemptions.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Puerto Rico seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.